Alright. Let's see. Okay, good. Looks like I'm live. So, I've got a couple of changes already. I did not actually end up finishing the polished stuff this past week. Turns out, Reverb Ensemble's got a lot of code to do. Because there's a couple of pages that I have to remake for my own stuff. There's a couple of key pages that I have to remake their shimmering for the fight to actually progress properly, because you can't spawn units on the player side. There's Oswald, who I still am not sure how the hell I'm gonna make happen. And I couldn't test any of the code because I'm not far enough in the game yet. And I didn't want to run all the way to Impurity, that takes several hours, and then have to restart the game and work my way back here. So, oh yeah, another thing, just as a hopefully this will work, I split the receptions for each level into a couple of receptions in the hope that it would split the key pages up. And now we're going to see if that's actually true. I didn't test this one either. Alright. First off, workshop true pages. I burn second book. Does it set those into a separate key page set? Workshop true pages. Nope, it's only one. If I want them in separate sets, I've got to split this into several mods. Honestly, I think I might. First, second, and third, general receptions. That's the split, I think. Actually, no, I can probably just do first, second, and general, since the Star of the City, some of those can be, like, the third row, there's not a whole lot of pages on. Anyways, for now, the main thing I've fixed is that now, if I set this and set archive depths, then I should be getting myself Did I forget to set the combat page rewards? I did. We'll be right back while I do that really quickly. Yeah, I made I made the freaking I made the rip space so that I could have not specifically the normal version of Rose's page be the one using it, so that I could actually use it on Rose's page. And then I just forgot to attach it to the book. And come to think of it, I didn't put Boundary of Death, or I did not fix Gebera passive, but that is not a concern right now. To be honest, I don't think I'm going to be dealing with I don't think I'm going to be dealing with Kali's page for a while. If I do get it this stream, it's going to be pretty late. Because a lot of how you get it early is passive attribution and your own deck building. So I'm looking at probably I'm going to need like probably I'm going to need some other pages first, and I've got to get through Urban Nightmare to begin with. Oh god dang it, I hit LOR with mods. I was supposed to hit Invitation Manager. But yeah, this is just a quick pop in, pop out. I've made all the stuff already. I didn't fix Polish because Reverb Ensemble turns out there's a lot of code involved in making those fights properly for the player side. I had to make full management of librarians for Philip, Pluto, and Eileen. And Jahan, kind of. Like, you don't have to control the librarian's active status, but there's... Actually, wait, no, I didn't have to do it for Jahan. Because I didn't really have a chance to test and see whether or not Jahan's base code could work. Because you don't have to spawn anything on the player side for Jahan's fight. You just have to give the puppets the puppet buff. Anyways, we're just going into the drop book data real quick to edit. No unique pages until Urban Nightmare. So we're looking at these three plus that. And yes, right. And for this one, we've got the thumb, and I translated those. Oh, I forgot about Flaming Dragon Fist, didn't I? Oh well. Probably not using Chun's or Miris's page to begin with, but still important. Let's see. Let's pull up Tifref database. Oh, nice. Um, Revolver twice plus Ranga. Um, Make sure that you don't use the effect that plays over the enemy for Mook Workshop because every single hit of Furioso is pretty fast. Durandal times three, like the basic pattern of it is about right. It's just that you don't want that like really long slicing thing that Mook Workshop does. You just want the short animation where Roland pulls the sword out. All right. Let's see it, Sean. What's Flaming Dragon Fist? 3 to 8, 13 to 28, inflict 6 burn. Rarity object, Star of the City. Yeah, neat. Hmm. Invitation Editor is not my own mod. It's something that comes with Library of Ruina, and which I use to put together a lot of the like page data and stuff very easily, rather than edit XMLs directly. All right. So this I forget. I'm gonna have to go. There we go. And that's Flaming Dragon Fist in Chinese. 3 to 8, 13 to 28. This is a guard die. This is a blunt die. 3, 8, 1, 3, 8. Burn 6. You know what? I don't really like this one. I'm gonna actually like, yeah. Actually, hold up. They give the tone marker for that. I can find the exact characters that they mean on this thing. Okay, so it is in fact those three that Chinese keyboard immediately comes up with. Yeah. And I think just to make Xiao's page available from the start, I'm gonna have to make Raging Storm Harm a thing, but kinda don't want to. I kinda wanna make Xiao's all three of Xiao's pages only available once you beat Xiao's reception. Okay, so now we've got Huolong Chuan and Tieshan Kao. Save, exit. Wait, shit. The page availability. I forgot to put rip space. I got so caught up in typing Chinese. Invitation editor. I got so caught up in typing Chinese that I forgot about why I did this in the first place. Which reminds me, I'm gonna have to make true trigram formation too. Alright. So get Impuritas, it costs 4. And there's 3 dice. Seven to 10, 8 to 11 deal 5 damage, and 6 to 9. This one's Pierce, that one's Block. Costs 4. Alright. Objet, Impuritas. 4 cost. The dice are correct. That's about done. Now we just gotta make sure that these pages get where they gotta go. All the pages until Urban Nightmare are correct. We've got the unique pages. And then second book for Nightmare just gets rip space. Oh yeah, for the Philip thing, I made custom murmur and wingstroke pages, and I'm randomly giving one of them to one of the children on those phases. So one of the children randomly has the page that'll make them all vulnerable to damage. All right, first book also needs Kane office pages. Authors reload. Southern style. Energy beam. Uncanny strike. Devastating thrash. Oh shit, I also need yield my flesh, don't I? Yield the flesh, it's limited, costs 2, and it's a 5 to 10 slash die with bones. Urban Nightmare. Edit. Add page. Yield my flesh. The thing you gotta understand about yield my flesh is I know it very well because it's a bugger to try and get to actually work. Because Bamboo Hatted Kim has Swordplay of the Homeland and a singular strike, which boosts that page up to 9 to 14. It is a much less likely page to lose a clash than you would hope, given its effect is a clash lose, and to claim their bones is quite good. Mind Whip, Rhino Ram, and Command, Battle Command, and Huolong Chuan. That should be good. Third book gives us not just Feral Knives, but Disposal, Ground Crash, and Mind Crush. There's unique pages in the general receptions too, aren't there? Look at the uninvited guests. Edit. Just want these 6. Done. None of Donghuans are unique. I think Stiletto is unique. So while I'm here, since I think I am gonna get to urban, since I think I am gonna get to Starve the City, 4 to 10, 11 to 25. And Death, Evade, Pierce, Pierce, Bind, hit input to bind, boost, search, paste, jet, cost 4, starve the city. Done. The Ujat have the Ujat 5 to 6, 3 to 7, 8 to 14. 6, 3, 7, 8, 14. Death, blunt, 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 hard, protection. Dang. Uh, also, for that to be immediately followed by a bot trying to sell viewers. Oh well. Nice to hear from you. Hope you hope you end up doing better. Okay, that sucks. Anyway, I think multi-party compensation. No, wait, that's not unique. Oh, it is unique to Irina. It's just that in the reception, they all get it. 5 to 10, 4 to 8, inflict 1 disarm. Five to 10, 4 to 8. Search. Discard. 5, 10, 4, 8. Disarm. It's only one disarm. Disarm. Jet costs 2. Stars. Done. And Final Stroke is available to all. I believe in Leaflet Workshop. I don't think Field Mods isn't unique, but Exhale Smoke is. Seven to 12, 4 to 8, 7 to 11. Four. Object. Star. Smoke. On use gain 8. Sleep. 5 plus smoke. Blunt. Guard. Slash. 7 to 12, 4 to 8, 7 to 11. Alright. And Bayard. Funny enough, I don't think Bayard has any unique pages. Rather, I think he does have unique pages, just not ones that he gets in his deck. Alright. So the General Star gives us Stiletto, Ujat, Compensation, and Smoke. Exhale Smoke. And this gives us Yield My Flesh. That should be all the pages set properly now. So I can actually build Rose's deck and get on with the challenge. My original plan for how I was gonna run this thing, it's a little bit silly, but I was thinking of like mid challenge just constantly swapping between the invitation editor and the actual game. Which is a terrible idea for pacing. Like, just the moment I thought about it seriously, I could tell, no, that's a terrible idea. But, you know, let's bump that up to full size. Alright, now I got rip space. Which means... it's time to get what I actually want here. Ayo, bamboo-hatted Kim, get in here. I wanna murderize ya. Never actually seen the animation for to claim their bones in this game before. Kind of wild to think, but just never used it. Never gotten to use it. Anyways, so now we've got bamboo-hatted Kim. which means we can ditch wax and pinion. Wait, hold up. Why do I have Philip's page? Is that in one of the Urban Nightmare books for some reason? Anyways, so now we can run Bamboo Hatted Kim on the slash floor where Bamboo Hatted Kim gets overpowered. Crazy good. Oh, right. I do still need the TIFRF database open so I can see the pages that are being used. That's right. So, let's pop open TIFRF database and have ourselves a look at the Kurokumo clan. Let's see. Ink over, sharpened blades, back streets, and cleanup. Oh right, ranged pages are available when they shouldn't be. Save deck. And for Kim, some of these page names got crazy long. Kim has 2 Draw of the Sword, Acupuncture, To Claim Their Bones, Aw. So I gotta make To Claim Their Bones if I want to use Kim. Well then. Overthrow, slay, and slay. Draw of the Sword, Acupuncture, slay, slay, overthrow. Shelves. That'll get me my general pages, which gives me Yield My Flesh. But before I can do that, I have to make To Claim Their Bones. Ugh. God. Why didn't I look at that? I should have known that he has the page in his deck. 14 to 23, 5 paralysis, and 3 bleed. And it's a counter die. The term internally is standby. Which I kinda love. Because it makes sense on one thing, but no sense on the main thing that the dice do, which is counter attacks. Alright, we're going to be waiting for a while for the invitation editor to open up. Because it just loves being slow today for some reason. Oh, there we go. Nice. Load item. My invitation. Don't worry about how you're not seeing the ability text you feel like you should be. Standby 1423. Paralysis. All paralysis. Single use urban nightmare. Bones claimed. Edit. Save. Exit. And just to check, I'm going to make sure while I open Ruina itself back up, I'm going to make sure that ground crash and stuff haven't had their range changed. They haven't. I've been told that the invitation editor will overwrite the page details in the XML, but it seems like it does recognize mass attacks as a category. It just doesn't let you make them in the invitation editor. You got to go into the card info XML, just like you got to do if you want to put custom abilities, and just like you got to go into the equip page XMLs if you want to put custom passives. Fuck. Alright, options. Boost this up a bit so that it looks better on screen. And back here. Alright. Burn. General book. And we should get yield my flesh and claim their bones. 2. And bones. It's bone claiming time. First off, the Shi Association is quite good. Yeah. You know what to claim their bones looks like. It's to claim their bones. The famous and popular food. It's the same thing with Rip Space. You know what the art looks like. Absurd amounts of group strength. Also, it is a little bit funny to see the artwork for Leap on the Rip Space card. But you gotta admit. It's at least a bit silly to see Sen running up the halls of the train for Rip Space. Alright. So for this one, we're D-Rift and Ripple. I think I'll pop an upbeat performance on that just to make sure it goes through. But should be no chance that it doesn't. Ayo. Turns out, when you load a ton of group strength into a team, it produces a lot of strength. Shocking, I know. Alright. For a second I was a little bit scared because I remembered seeing Eugen's page have, like, more HP than it normally has for you as the player. But I saw it and I was like, wait, no. No, I'm just being silly. Alright. Go, my red notes. Jesus Christ. Tenma, what are you doing? Well, she hit the 1 in 4. Not much we can do about that. Yep. So that's a stagger, and these should kill. Pop that on there. You can tell I speedrun this game not from the amount of knowledge I have, not from the way that I build my decks, but from the way that I put safety key pages into my attacks to make absolutely sure that I am never, ever, 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 ever going to find myself not killing an enemy that I think I should. Like, seriously, I put overcharge on a dead Valentin, and I still put an extra page on just in case, because I had extras to put.
인상적인 손님이
언어의 층
Floor of language.
보자.
And because you're... Okay, so, when we do the puppets, that's when we unlock social sciences. But you can't unlock a floor before its previous floor. And I have never done puppets before She Association. So that's the first time I've ever seen Gebera unlock and then immediately get Chesed too. Normally I always do... My route for speedrunning is... There's a lot of optimizations I've done specifically to make it easiest to get high chances of certain things. Like, in Urban Nightmare, I do the She Association and then 8 o'clock Circus, because I want to be using CQC for Act 2 so that I can get Eugen's emotion level up and get as many of her pages possible, because you need Eugen's key page to make sacrifice librarians, but you also need Eugen's book for Gebera. And so I Hate CQC and the Shoot Gun Kill build is one of the fastest ways to build emotion level for her, because it's 3 really easy dice to beat. And it's cheap, and the evade die can recycle to give you more dice with just 1 page, which means that you can set a page and get a lot of emotion coins. But after we do 8 o'clock circus, we swap I Hate CQC out for juggling. Or, no wait, not juggling. We swap it out for wild card because it has better base numbers, and that makes it really good for cleanup on the second turn. So you have to do this beforehand because Eugen is a very easy page to miss and a very important page to have. It's a kind of similar thing with Sayo in KK. We actually keep her alive for a bit before we kill her off so that you can guarantee you get 1 of Sayo's page, because that's also important to Sacrifice Librarians, which is important to the fast strat for the Malkuth and Yesod realizations and Crying Children. Because Sacrifice Librarians pops Remembrance and Kisana, which gets you +3 strength, and also +1 endurance, but who cares about that? Anyways, that's why I've always done the Shi Association before Puppets, because Puppets is just part of the roundup of receptions. Kind of wild that that's my first time ever seeing something like that. From here, I think the Sweepers is a really long one and might actually test my limits to a degree that I don't want to do right away. So I'm gonna do the smiling faces. Alright. Fuck it, I know it's a little bit of a waste, but let's put Ripple on that. God. It's always kind of fascinating when you see some interesting spaghetti code like that. Where the sequence doesn't have to exist, but it does exist. These fools! Using loss of senses already. Don't they realize I don't have enough smoke for them to draw pages, even? It's still a strong page. For which I should not be talking shit. But I will talk shit. Because I can play it better. I'm better at using their decks. There, I said it. I never really get to use Boundary of Death all that much, but it feels like every single time that I do the Shi Association reception, it feels like every time I do that, Yujin always hits Boundary of Death. I don't know how. Oh, holy shit. Double proc. I don't know how she does it, but she always does. Efficiency! Oh, and we got a max roll, too. Oh shit, we lost now. Yeah, well, they are kind of catching up to us by this point. And speed control's not good enough. Oh my god, Yesod, you really can't roll better than that with violence on your side. Man, the things I put up with from this guy. And now, with the power of unopposed attacks, we see exactly why we cannot. You see exactly why. Okay, so now we've got smoke and all that comes with it. Actually, remind me, what does come with smoke anyway? Inhale smoke. Hidden Blade and Flesh Fillet are really good bleed. That honestly we could probably swap Psyos on this for. As for Meow, alright, so now the question is, which one do we want to use? Smoke Addiction is really good paralysis. Stimulating Fumes is bad, but Sooty Thwack is also pretty good. I think we go with Smoke Addiction. That paralysis is real nice. Real nice power control. And Jin uses Deep Drag, Flesh Fillet, Inhale, Inhale, Hidden Blade, Smoking Pipe, Loss of Senses. Deep Drag, Loss of Senses, Flesh Fillet, and 2 Smoking Pipe. Alright. On we go to Jin. And with this setup, I think we do the sweepers. No. I don't think we're going to do that one. I think we're going to do Valentin, Eugen, and Valentin. Let's see. She Association, Boundary of Death, Endless Battle, Desperate Struggle, and Overcome Crisis ×2. 3 Extreme Edge, 2 Endless Battle, 3 Overcome Crisis. So we're Overcome Crisis, Desperate Struggle, Endless Battle, and I forgot to burn a book and pull myself the pages. So I did... Let's see. What's Valentin got again? 2 endless battle. I did use Google Translate to translate Boundary of Death into Japanese. And I'm trusting Google Translate to not lie to me. Just a fun little reminder, that's what sweepers sound like. And that sound effect in the nocturnal sweeping final stage music is the sweepers. Alright. Here we go, my favorite guys. And I actually have to engage with their gimmick for once. I don't usually do that. I usually ignore it completely. In its entirety. Because normally I'm shoot, gun, kill. I can't use any of these pages. Starting to maybe see a bit of an issue with the model of this challenge. Lol. 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 We're betting it all on that. 20% chance that we actually get to kill with Eugen. Missed. Oh well, we wasted a persistence. And I'm told that's pretty good. Extreme Edge, Crisis. Alright, I've got all my useless cards out of the way. Out on the table. Ah, hell, I could have played Bod. Yeah, well. What do? Bad luck on it. Oh well. And there's the Rip Space page draw. I'd use Sen and Lesty, but not having speed is actually kind of a massive detriment. Alright, Boundary of Death, here we go. This is your second chance. We rolled a 2 again. Oh, nice. Got lucky. I think I'd put this stuff on Eugen, but Eugen has 5 pages. It's fucking useless. Come on, Eugen. Gotta do better than that. There we go. Boundary of Death hit. I don't even care that it popped the persistence. I'm just happy I got one. On a scale from 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked. There we go. That's Sweepers 1. The goal was emotion level for Eugen. The goal has been achieved. Now let's put clean on Yesod. Alright, Jeffrey. You failed, Eugen. You failed and I hate you. You know, it might have been a good idea to do Funeral of the Dead Butterflies before this. But it's a bit late for that now. Hey, yo! Man, I don't know why I was concerned about this at all, actually. Yesod sweep. Yesod to the moon. hyper focus on Lila. Damn. Spare only the minimum for everyone else. Ha, we got the start of Clash bonus. We did it again! We're finally hitting the roll. And the funny number just one more time. And it didn't even get the kill. Alright. There we go, that's the sweepers. Unopposed attacks or just make this an easy game. I'm underpowered for this, for what I'm doing. For where I'm at. I could be way stronger than this. Okay. And now we're on to the index.
안녕하세요, 라라 씨. 지령입니다.
라라에게 내일 정오까지 바늘 3개를 릴리의 생일 케이크에 넣어라.
You heard the paper, Lala. Do it. Alright. Here we go. Execute. -3 power on these actually makes them 4 to 8 and 4 to 7, which is a pretty reasonable number. Which is why it's kinda wild that they would make the base dice like that. But I guess it's for, like, brawl type strat. Where you can use Brawl on Malkuth to get 0-cost Proselyte's Blade undebuffed. And it'd be cool. Darn. Oh well. There's always a ripple. failed me, Eugen. Once again. Oh well, we get Kizuna. And we kill one in return, also. Violence. Alright. That's the index. I don't think they're actually all that good. Like, speed is just too valuable. The proselyte's pages are quite good. Many of them. Proselyte's blade is... It has good dice. And then... I don't think they ever used Sense Quarry. Fuck it, let's see what we can do with Rose and the She Association on Yesod.
까지 재미있으셨나요? 고달픈 인생의 마무리를 마음껏 웃어준다면 행복하게 잠이 들 수 있겠죠. 혹시 아십니까? 쇼를 꾸준히 시청해주시는 애청자분께는 직접 공연장에 방문할 기회가 올지? 함께 공연에 선다면 무척이나 기쁠 겁니다. 그렇죠? 저희는 내일도 이 시간에 웃음을 드리러 찾아오겠습니다. 다들 머리에 못 박고 꽃 터지는 밤 보내세요.
You heard the man. Nail your heads, everyone, and have a boomy, splody night. All right. Looks like 5 to 7 is the bet we gotta play, and expected. Planned, even. You don't really realize that they turned Emma's hands into knives. Normally. Nor is it quite clear that they put Emma's eyes in Noah's cheeks. Unless you pay close attention to the eye color. Otherwise it just looks like they gave Noah extra eyes. Like a bunch of freaks. Circus is wild. That's right, there's paralysis. So that effect is managed by the stage manager, which is why I can't do it myself. But what I can do, first off, just absolutely unload the hell on Emma. And Flash Noah, I guess. Eugen can't attack. Eugen needs 5 pages to guarantee that she can attack. Alright. Nice. Come on. You had a whole range of options and you picked the lowest one every single time there. Heyo! When we had absolutely no need for it, we rolled the plus 45.
솔직히 저 키 큰
So anyways, Emma Noah is possibly a bit of a weird one. Noah isn't really available to show a deck. So all I really know for that is that he uses wild card and juggling. However, there are a couple of things I do know for sure. You got lion, monkey, and elephant. They don't matter. What does matter, though, is I don't have a page for Noah that I should have. That's all stuff I've already got. When I first made Noah's page... Or... Shit, did I not add Noah's page to the rewards? At all? When I first made Emma and Noah's page, I didn't actually think it was possible to recreate the Emma Noah deal, because you can't spawn units on the player side. So I didn't realize that I could have another librarian inactive to stand in for Noah. But after I found Distorted Yawn and really committed to making that one work, I figured out how to have a librarian on standby, because in that fight, Jan's hands come back, and so what I had to do for that was make the hands just completely inactive. And it worked. So then when they come back, they'd come back. But I went back and made a page for Noah, but I didn't actually end up putting it on the rewards, it seems like. And it also seems filter. And my start menu isn't working, so I've got to do some weird stuff with this one this time. To reopen the invitation editor and put Noah's page on the first row book for Urban Nightmare. Because I forgot to do that. And those supporter pages, that supporter page is very important to make the Emma Noah reception shimmering work. The same way the hand pages are important to making distorted yawn work. Oops. Alright, here we go. Load item. Very sleepy computer today. Just give it a bit, shall we? Perfect. Item loaded. First book of an urban legend. Nightmare. Circus Doll Noah. I just completely forgot it was a hardcover because Noah's page normally is paperback. And I am silly. The reception page is hardcover, though. And that's why I made Circus Doll Noah a hardcover. Okay. Now we've got Library of Ruina back. And I've checked and made sure and figured out that I am dumb. I made a really obvious, easy mistake to make. Really obvious mistake that I could have very easily avoided. Wide receptions in 2 hours 20. A lot slower this time, but partly because I keep having to swap back to the invitation editor to fix things. Might contribute to the extra time that it's been taking. Anyways, now that I know what mistake I made, I can press Urban Nightmare, scroll down, and find more cleanup agents. Circus Doll Noah. It's gotta be Circus Doll Noah because we use Bestride in order to find Noah. So anyways, that's my rough approximation of what Noah's deck is. No idea what was going on there. I guess the has no check isn't actually working right. Whoops. Well, I'm not gonna get into code today. Today is running the challenge kind of day. But seems to me that I made a little mistake. But oh well. For now, it's time for the funeral of dead butterflies. Okay, good. Alright, Eugen. All you gotta do to end the fight is roll a 4! Fuck yeah! It's so easy. If you just tell Eugen to roll a 4, she rolls a 4. Every time. I don't know why I haven't been doing this before. Boundary of Death is the best page. If I just did that. Anyways. Since it seems to me that those two don't work quite right. trying to think what's a good one to run for Malkuth. We want someone with duplicate pages. Normal she-fixers are no good. Tenma... maybe. The index proselytes are no good. Sweepers haven't got much good going for them. Smiling faces... their expensive pages don't have dupes, so... puppets aren't much good. Warp crew... Zero cost Ripple could work, I guess. Yeah. Zero cost Ripple it is. And Mega Bleed. Happy memories, rip space, I guess. Add to car. Okay. Alright, that's Queen Bee, that's Malkuth up to 5 librarians, and that's Malkuth prepped for a realization. Now we just gotta figure out who do we bring to it. The other thing about these realizations is they're also sort of a soft test for how well the group can survive crying children. A similarly long one-act fight. In which you have to actively keep your resources up so that you have choices. You gotta keep your page draw and your card draw, and you gotta keep your page draw and your light going good. All of this is a bunch of useless preamble. I'm bringing W Corp. I'm bringing W Corp. They're the only ones with page draw and light restore that's actually got good numbers too. In any sense of the word. And I'm very specifically bringing Lesty. Alright, Tiferath database, what does Lesty use? Huh? What does Cleanup Agent Lesty use? Rip Space, D-Rifts, Ripples, Overcharge, Rewinds, E-Cycle. Lesty's only card drawer is Rip Space. Sen's the one who uses Leap, but Sen has one missing page. I remember now, this is why I wanted to use Rose. But to be honest, Lesty also has the best charge generation. So if we can get Rip Space going, we should be basically settled for pages most of the time. But of course, Lesty has jack fucking shit in terms of light restore. And the regular cleanup crew doesn't have any of that jazz. You've got very little for light restore. The smiling faces are worse, is really all that it is. Sweepers have 10 pages. And all I gotta ask is, how did they cram that in, huh? Anton uses Sweep the Back Streets. Lila uses For the Family. And Valerie uses Extract Fuel. Night in the back streets. So there's no page draw on these though. Which is kind of an issue. Let me take a look back at Kim. What's Kim got? Plenty of light restore. Plenty of light restore, but absolutely no page draw. The 7 association, engagement, riposte, and flesh, and Dante adds Moulinet to that. Nope, it's no good. We're going back. Back in time to oh shit, nice. You are? Anything interesting? Any funny spaghetti code? There's gotta be some kind of nonsense on, like, I don't know, the way that they handled smoke in that game. For the Gears Walpurgis. So we're mostly good for light restore and page draw with Sayo. What's Oscar's got sparkling spears, a bunch of high-speed stabbing, which is could be better, but no light restore on that. Tamari shimmering, but we'd be bringing them in solo, and that is not going to do well. Days Office is absolute shit. Salvador hasn't got the light restore, neither does Yuna, neither does Philip. Wax and Pinion has the same issue that Lovetown has. Shoot Gun Kill loses on time. And these guys don't really have that good for light recovery. And they've got no card draw at all. Plus the pages themselves are not good. Is my best option seriously the one energy cycle Sen or one energy cycle Lesty? There's no way, right? Lesty, who has no page draw except for Rip Space. Sen, whose deck is incomplete. Jesus. One overcharge, 2 ripples. Save. We'll save that over Walter. One energy cycle. That's it. It's not great, but it also might just have to be the best we have. Sen's no better, but Sen does have leap, at least, I guess, for better page draw. But Sen's passive is like Lesty. We can actually kind of put those empty turns to use with reaction force. Sen really wants to be attacking every single turn. Hold up, let me... Sen with refraction really wants to attack every single turn. And yeah. See, this is why I wanted to do this challenge. I wanted to see if there were actually just bad decks or if they were just misusing them. And some of these characters just have bad decks. Anyways, even so, we persist. What's nice, I guess, is that Lesty only has one die to use most of the time, which makes it easier, kinda. For us to not have to worry about, like, quite so much about how much pages we use cost, and about how many pages we're using. But it's still not great. Still quite bad. Alright. Terrible offensive die roll on that Ripple. We could have killed if we rolled higher. Decently higher, at least. I would have staggered fourth match flame. Alright. Oh, what the hell? It's happening again. Zero cost ripples on one of the Lesties, or zero cost overcharge on Rose. Ideally, I'd have zero cost ripple on Rose. And I can get another all positive run. So I think I'm gonna Ashes Rose. Actually, no, what am I talking about? I want Ashes. I want Ashes for once. Because I'm setting up a straight up Pet the Malkoth right here. All right. Jesus Christ, that minimum roll. Awful shit. Okay, there we go. See, this is what we need. Alright. I thought I'd buy myself another turn with that move, but... So... I think... I'm looking at zero cost overcharge on Rose. Screw it. Oh, and the very next turn I get Ripple, like I wanted. A turn ago. No, we kill that one. And then... we kill that one, and that pops corrosion, so there's no point dragging on the round. We enter this with all our lesties prepped. Good rolls. Good rolls. Alright, that's a stagger. I guess dimensional sections is pretty nice. Okay. So we're looking at... let's ripple that one, and... I don't know, this one just gives me worse vibes. And I was right to be a doubter! Alright. There we go. Whoop. I almost double-clicked in a very bad way. Anyways. Okay, so for that one, we ripple it. And run you an E-cycle just in case. No, wait. You're the one doing the E-cycle. Your job is to overcharge that. Oh! Okay. We're trying to build up emotion levels for real and actually. The way we usually don't. Which means... we're popping rip space, and... Alright. I think I've said, but I just want to reiterate, the reason that I keep going for Rip Space and trying to make sure it clashes so much, it's the only card draw that my Lesties have. They don't have Leap. Only Rip Space. Alright. Here we fucking go! Ah, that's good. Oh no. One of the front two is sealed. Oh well. Oh my god. We hit the 1%. We hit the 1% and we failed. Ugh. Jesus. Oh wait, fuck it. I can put overcharge on this because they're not actually gonna play. Because we've got a rip space ready to go. Oh shit, I put that overcharge on the wrong page. Die. Oh well. The counter die's still nice. And just like that, somehow we pull through. With quite a buffer left on our HP, actually. Alright. Yeah. So, the thing about what we've just got from Malkuth,
이봐 엔젤라, 정신이 좀 들어?
you may know already, but The strategy on Malkuth is basically to get hit and heal whatever damage we take. In formats where we have more control over what pages we can use, we would be using a bunch of scattering slashes. And to be fair, we can get kinda close to that in a sense. There's a page that has four copies of Silent Mist, which is like Scattering Slash, but it gives you protection next scene instead of this scene. It's also like Scattering Slash, but the first die is a blunt 2-7, and the last is a block 2-3, instead of a dodge 1-9 and a block 2-5. That dodge on that Scattering Slash is actually quite important, because it lets us keep our evade going, which lets us keep our stagger resist going, which means that ordinary Petney strats are not great for this. Now, a properly charged Ripple has a decent evade die. A Nimble Puppet also has decent evade dice. There's not a single puppet that uses Mannequin, the best defensive page that puppets have. As for Emma and Noah, Let the Show Begin is the only dodge that they have, and it's not great. Tenma has a 4-7 in dodge on Flashing Strike, but it's the last die, and that's not great for us. We want the first die, or at least the second. Hidden Blade would be pretty good. The question is, do we have a decent smiling face? Do we have a decent smiling face to use it with? I think Jin's page might be the one to use for Petney in this. Decent amount of offensive dice. An amount of page draw. And honestly, it's that 4-11 with 2 smoke spent, or something else. So I think if we're using anything, at least right now, for that kind of strategy, that's what we use. To be honest, I don't think that's great for us. Of course, the other thing to consider is how many combat preparations does Isadora have? She's got 2. And no light restore. That's not gonna do good enough at all. Oh, no, no, no. Blockma style Pet the Malkuth is an absolute no. It simply will not happen. Alright. And that being the case, I think the only other option for Pet the Malkuth then is basically running Eugen, but Eugen has not got enough pages. She only has 5. Oh god. It's getting caught trying to...
2층도 때가 되었나?
There we go. That's good. So, status effect. Bind is a status effect. We gotta do better than this, guys. First off, staggered Angela. Perfect. Wonderful. Kill. Murder. Exterminate. Okay. I am locked way too much the fuck in. Oh god. Alright. We're going into Singing Machine a bit low on HP here, but that's fine. We get a heal. We get a wacky little heal. Of all the ways to pull this one off, how is this the one? God. I just keep coming back to it. That I am beating this with dog water light restore. It's so bad. How can I stand to use a deck like this? Alright. Who's got rip space? You? Cool. You take that, and... E-cycles that one. Get us back up to full. Oh. Oh no. How unfortunate. Well then. Yesad's going to stagger. Because he's going to take 3, 6, 9. Repeat 5 times. So he takes 12 stagger damage plus whatever else, which is going to be over 16. And then he gets hit with the mass attack next turn too. As for everyone else, I personally suggest that you find a loved one. I have an inkling you'll want. Oh, wait. Hold up. Actually, hold up. If that low rolls like crazy, Yesod survives. Was never meant to be. Oh well. We got a stagger lined up though. Okay. We've got 1, 2, 3 rip space. Rewind E-cycle. Alright. Oh my god, I did not consider the potential of dimensional sections in this phase. She keeps high rolling. Activating bullet. Fuck. Fuck. That's bad. That's really bad for us. Oh no! I'm all alone here. And I do not have the tools I need to get out of this one. Fuck. It all went wrong for me when Yessa died. I could not protect myself properly against the bullets anymore. Okay. I think the issue is I didn't use Ripple enough on Yesod. I kept trying to go for rip spaces. Like, all around, really. I'm just thinking this over. There's gotta be something better I can use here, right? But I just can't think of it. I just can't think of a better deck for this. I can't think of anyone who has a deck that can last the way that it needs to. A deck that I have enough control to get what I need out of it. Because Yesod has Dimensional Rift Energy Cycle, Leap Energy Cycle, Dimensional Rift Energy Cycle. Just, we cycle through these things that have an offensive die with a decent roll at their front in order to keep Angela's bullets from being a problem for the backup dancers. And we gotta do that because we don't have Carnival. We don't have Remembrance that we'd usually be using. We don't have this key page. And the reason we don't is because it's useless to us. The actual deck is shit, and Remembrance is not worth it. I think I seriously just gotta have Yesod dodge more shit.
이 층도 때가 되었네.
예소드, 도시의 기술에 대한 정리 상황은 어때?
Alright. So that does, in fact, not work. There we go. Jeez. Okay. Alright. Stagger achieved. This turn or the next should be the kill. I can step back a bit, stop locking in. We are going into Magic Bullet with a fully equipped Yesod for once. It's kind of a small miracle. First off, Alright, there we go. Last phase. Rip ass. Run. Run fast and rip ass. Eat space. You heard me. Or 6 minimum, up to 14, 20 max. That's pretty good. Ah, shit. One of them I put the rewind on the wrong thing. The other, I just got a bad roll. Now, if I'm lucky, paralysis applies to mass attacks. And I can hit that D-Rift E-Cycle. Somehow I doubt that I just got 2 4s there by coincidence. $11. So this can only roll 11, so we'll know if the paralysis works because it rolls an 8. Either way, what's my best chance to roll above 11? Besides overcharge. Dimensional Rift. Seven to 16. Paralysis applies to mass attacks. Fuck yeah. As long as the Yesod train keeps going, Angela's rolls will be awful. Silent. So that's a 10. I haven't been counting how many bullets she's fired. I know we haven't done flooding bullets yet, though. And of all things, I know that one has to come before the 7th bullet. So I think we're fine still for a bit. There's flood. And with any luck... Ah, hell. And that one's 7. Target self, deal 100 damage. And there we go. We did it. It wasn't that bad. It was just exhausting a bit.
온몸에 한기가 드네.
Okay. So now Yesod realization. And that's important because it gives us Dark Bullet, which makes crying children way easier. Because this team basically ain't got no counter dice. Not a one. And no team we build is gonna have counter dice. It's just not happening. Alright. So what's best is rather than deal with the normal way that you're supposed to make the crying children weak to damage, we just get Dark Bullet, which makes them weak to damage. Anyways, it's time to beat up a crybaby. So this is the normal murmur page. In order to make this work, rather than... because the shimmering that I wrote is already complicated enough, I just put a random... yeah. This is some behind the scenes, but this normally sneaks it on in an on-play situation kind of thing. That's combat. That's not combat start, but it is like something that happens when they get their page at the start of the turn. None of the actual pages have that effect normally, but in order to basically force the player to use one that has that, or else not act with a baby one of your babies per turn, when this is already bad enough at getting you damage, getting you movement. So the first thing we're gonna do here... Alright, they're both Ripple. First thing we're gonna do is mega full target this bitch. Fuck that bitch. Asshole. I hate. Oh, fuck yeah. It was that one. Fun too. How lucky. Nice. Good. angel baby, as you do everyone. Except for you can afterwards, someone spend no more. Would you say that someone who had every intention to be brave was a coward? Must be praise being you have come the second nature. Must feel amazing to be longed for, longed for. I open my eyes. Excuses to my flashlight, so I could see no more. So which home should someone as weak as I go? Which sky should I hope for? Moving along, day and night, your ghost continue to haunt me, to be. If I won't be here, will there be happily ever afters? Sipping on tea, I sleep together, together. We meet till I could be no more. Fun little fact about the music in this one. It's actually supposed to go back to the whispering on the phase change there. It doesn't though, because this song overrides the whispers in the music manager the way that the Red Mist theme does for all kinds of different things. Yeah. But the reason I bring that up is if you play if you play this using Gebera as with the Red Mist page, and then manifest Ego, and then you lose Ego during one of these phases, the music actually corrects itself. I think that's pretty cool. You can fix the music if you, for some reason, want to. I can't imagine why you would want to go back to the Whispers. It's kind of a really boring thing, but you know, some people are like that. I know of it because I've had it happen to me before when I was doing a Gebera solo of this fight. This is just me spitballing based on what I do know about the music pick management in this game. But I think what happens is basically the Gebera music pick overrides and then is heard no more. But then you get the... I'm reaching a bit for words right now, just in general, so it's gonna be a little bit of a rambling nonsense for a bit. The Red Mist theme overrides and then is heard no more, but then the Red Mist theme turns off, and you get an effect kind of like what happens when you do Canonless in Womp's Fortress, where the music breaks because it's trying to turn something off when it's also deleted the bass music. And so, in this case, however, there is code to handle what happens when the music on top gets deleted, and it looks at the reception that's going on, checks for a special music before it goes to the default floor music. Alright, who's got some charge? You've got some charge. Ripple that. And as for you, ripple that. You are gonna have to rewind and pray, but you won't. Actually, I've got a better idea. Dimensional rift. Solves all your problems. 50% of the time, works every time. Yeah. I didn't know that specifically, but I knew there was some anti-cheat stuff because Project Moon had put out an announcement saying, hey, there's a bunch of people doing, like, mods and stuff, and normally we'd be cool with that, but because it can affect the way that your polls work and give certain people an unfair advantage in the gacha, and also we don't want people cheating our gacha and getting currency that they're not supposed to have. We're going to be doing this anti-cheat thing. Need to know which one specifically. Alright. And as for first this. Yeah? What is the funny part? I can say I know for a fact that it doesn't fully prevent mods, because I've seen people play mods. Oh! Oh ho ho ho! You don't say! Alright. So... Okay. Well then, nobody tell Limbus that we're hacking the game. I hit the 1% again. I've been spamming it, so I figured it was gonna happen soon. Alright. Yeah? I mean, most anti-cheat bypasses are... like, it's the same thing if you're trying to mod a console. They make jailbreaking that stuff hard because they really don't want people to have unfettered access to online storefronts. Because it is shockingly easy to steal from them. Since all you're really buying is an access key to the software that's already available for download one way or the other. Oh, shit. Yeah? And so you're feeding it some bullshit? Telling it a little bit of a fib or two to make it settle down? Yeah, that's a 3. Yeah. Ooh. Don't even lie to it about what's going on. Just fucking flood it with so much shit to process it can't do anything. Nice. That is funny. Alright. There's Dark Flame. now, this little asshole is ripe for the picking. And that's how we do it. Alright. So that's Crying Children. Cool. Alright. Let's just give Ruina a second.
책으로 되는 과정에서 한 마리가 다시 도망가 버리긴 했지만
Ooh. So what I'm hearing is do not try this on a low power machine. Something that doesn't have a lot of beef behind it to throw at this. But it can work. Neat. Always fun to learn about this stuff, especially because I have no plans of making the kinds of games that even need anti-cheat to begin with. So hearing about all these problems that other people have to deal with is very fun. Anyways, we need 4 abnormalities, and Letitia is... Letitia really wants Blunt. But as we've seen, and as we all know, Hot is very friendly to Slash. You know what? Actually? No, I think I got this. Hear me out. I think it's these 4. As for Cater, what will I put on Cater? That was stupid. Find something. That is interesting. What would they do that for? Respect the face. That's their anti-cheat code you're still talking about, right? It would be pretty interesting. Alright. 1 down, 3 to go. That one's normally done in 1 turn. You just 1 turn kill Letitia normally. But hey, you gotta play the game for once. This one's gonna be slow and steady. Can't go too slowly though, because Alriune has a mass attack. Fucker. Oh. Bitch. I know I can't technically deal stagger damage like this, but between incomprehensible and thorns, I'm actually getting quite a bit of progress on the goal of staggering Alriune. Eight, 18. Okay, so shit. Fuck. Alright. I can make this work. Fuck off. Oh, thank God. Why am I struggling on Alriune? What is happening to me? Oh my God! What the hell is this? Okay. I am not completely incompetent, at least. Jesus. How do I struggle that hard with goddamn Alriune? That thing's easy. It's not even that my decks were bad. It's just that I was having a hard time. For some reason. Like, if it were Queen of Hatred, I would get it. Queen of Hatred isn't easy to work around. Queen of Hatred is a problem. But Alriune. Alright. So ideally here, I think we want Roland to have some pages, but pretty bad pages. Like Urban Plague kind of pages. Actually, hold up. Does Pinocchio have enough light to use ink over in the first place? Oh wait, that's actual Sayo's page. Whoops. We want my version of Sayo's page. Alright. Yeah. That's why I purposely built Roland's deck to be shit. So this one randomizes costs, this one gives the buffs. Oh! This dumbass! This fool! Absolute buffoon! They're using rip space with no charge! Look at this idiot, point and laugh! I would never make such a stupid mistake. God. What a fool. Oh, Pinocchio does have enough light to use ink over, I guess. Ah well. Overwhelming sharpened sword. Go. Ah, beans. Well, that ain't rules of the backstreets. Alright. Here we go. Sharpened blade. And wolves. Alright. Pinocchio's easy. That's nice. It does, in fact, make it quite easy when they use rip space wrong, but... The only card I was especially worried about seeing was Overcharge on a 2-strength turn.
전부 모였어, 엔젤라.
Then we basically got
정도.
one turn left to stagger and then kill, or else we're fucked for that next turn. Alright. One more. Which do we think is the most likely candidate? Scarecrow, Little Red, or the Queen of Hatred? Personally, I think it's Scarecrow. Let us see. What the Scarecrow can do. God, to claim their bones on a Harvest Wisdom would be devastating. Unfortunately, I can't use it because I don't ever get enough light for it. It's just not gonna happen. It can't. Ooh. Nice early damage for me. Alright. One more left. And that's all the Abnos we need to get to Star. So 6 receptions and 10 abnormalities, 2 of which were realizations, took as long as everything Urban Plague, Hagen Lower, plus the puppets and W Corp.
헬세드, 문 좀 열어줄래? 지금
Actually, no, it took longer. We're at about an hour over the time last stream him went. So damn, that's crazy. Yes, Star of the City indeed, Library of Ruina. Now can you please play the cutscene? Thank you.
도시는 오늘도 욕망이 넘실거리며 아른거리는군.
Oh, they don't have portraits for this one. Good. All right. Yeah. I know. I have ears. I can hear their voices. Don't worry. I know who it is. Like, I am constantly recognizing different VAs in Limbus who voice another character in Limbus or who voiced characters in Ruina. Did you know that Ahab is voiced by Greta? I think it's an amazing decision because that VA just does a wonderful throaty growl voice and can yell like a mad woman extremely well. Oh wait, no. Only 8 abnormalities because unlocking these 2 floors gave us 2 points. But either way, it's... Now I got time for one thing at least. I'm sure. So I think I'm going to set these 2 up on a little playtime with Smiling Face Jin, Smiling Face Jin, and Smiling Face Jin. The Three Stooges. Oh wait, hold up. Only 2 of them are around. We almost left Curly behind. Alright. Let's see. The thumb would be pretty good. The meat gears are decent, I guess. View section 2 is okay. I don't think I have what it takes to take on Kane Office right now. But if I could get Kane Office pages, they'd be very good. They've got Light Restore, they've got Page Draw, and they've got such good numbers. I think I'll start out, see if I can get some soldatos. Even if I don't actually get the reception win, at least getting a page would be nice. Because that would mean I have something to start with.
다들
And
엄지 회담에 참석해줘서 고맙네.
break my way into starve the city before we call things for tonight. You know what, actually, I want to read the story for this one. I want to read the story for this one because Limbus Company gave Gregor a Night All's ID. And
다들 엄지 회담에 참석해줘서 고맙네.
예, 원더보스.
여러 식구가
야?
와줘서 고맙군.
what you got?
어디 보자. 19석이 채워져 있군. 한 식구 빼고 전부 참석한 모양이야.
로마노스 카르텔입니다. 전에 검은 침묵에게 당한 이후로 아직도 내부 조직 정리 중이라고 합니다.
아직도인가. 알려줘서 고맙군. 그 친구들은 잘라내게. 긴 시간 동안 이빨
야.
뻗은 게는 필요 없지.
God, actually, that's so funny. Holy shit. Paradise Lost. Oh my god. So, like, is there any more information in those that would, like, give an answer as to what the hell Hohenheim's crossbow was? Because Lamp's ego weapon is a hammer. It is a hammer made out of the big bird's lamp. So why the hell did Hohenheim have a crossbow? Like, what abnormality was he getting that from? Was that from the... Like, just looking at the color of it, it looks like it might be from the steamer trunk thing, but I have no goddamn idea for sure. Alright.
알겠습니다.
오늘 이야기는 길지 않아. 엘사 둥지와 도서관에서 다들 손 떼게. 엄지가 직접 관리할 거야. 지금까지 애써준 식구들에게 감사를 표하지. 그리고
헛소리! 가족들이 얼마나 죽었는데! 우리 패밀리가 이 일에 엄청난 돈을 쏟아붓단 말입니다.
누가 자네들에게 발언권이 있다고 했지?
Yeah. Kahlo is an underboss, which is above Capo, which is boss. And they're called the underbosses because they're directly under the Capo dei Capi. Although the actual title is, as it says right here, Sotto Capo. Forgive me for a little weirdness with my Italian.
어르신이 말씀하실 땐 조용히들 하셔야죠.
Um,
분이 왜 이러실까?
I'm fairly certain that the Capo dei Capi is not one person. There's probably a Capo dei Capi for each directional branch. Mainly just because that's how the Fixer associations work, and they've drawn a lot of parallels structurally between Fixers and syndicates. So it would make sense for associations and the fingers to be similar in that way. I have no direct evidence of this because we've never heard of the Capo dei Capi except as the Capo dei Capi here, really. In this story scene and the next one for the thumb.
아랫사람이 윗사람에게
And
허락받지
a
않고
couple of
아래 턱
the thumb key
규칙이다.
page stories.
면목 없군요.
결례를 용서하십시오. 이 모자란 녀석은 제 쪽에서 교육하겠습니다. 하지만 그것과는 별개로 저도 같은 마음입니다. 인정.
마음 상할 수 있다는 것 아네. 지금까지 골목 재배치 전에 한 가닥 해보려고 피를 꽤 흘렸지. 내 마음 같아서는 여기 있는 식구들에게 한 구역씩 주고 싶어. 하지만 해부님의 뜻이 그런 것을 어쩌겠나. 따라야지. 밖의 상황이 예상과는 다르게 흘러가고 있더네. 검진 말고도 누군가 분명히 있어. 원단을 빼돌린 놈이지.
면목 없습니다.
신경 쓰지 말겠나. 왼손 하나 거두는 것으로 용서하지.
예.
지금은 그런 사소한 문제에 휘둘리면 안 되는 시기야. 대부님의 뜻을 우선으로 해야 한다는 거네.
대부님의 의중이 무엇이길래 그러십니까?
The other thing, though, is we only ever hear about the Capo dei Capi. We don't hear that there's directional branches of the fingers at all until Limbus Company introduces the thumb East and the Middle East as things that exist. And we do kind of get it earlier than that. There is mention of the Middle South, I think. Yeah, Olivier says that Roland crushed a good half of the Middle in the South, but they're never described as a southern branch quite so directly as calling Lei Heng the Thumb East, Capo Quarto. Sets out that the thumb has an eastern branch and not just parts of the thumb that are based in the east. It's
윗사람의 명령에 물음을 구하는 자는
yeah.
머리통을.
Anyways, the only time a Night Owls member ever speaks at all, Alan doesn't have a goddamn word.
그런 불순한 생각은 근본부터 잘못이지.
I mean, that boy's pretty skilled. He can use summary judgment. Only the capos know how to do that. And Kahlo.
밤의 송곳 식구는 오늘 밤 전부 숙청하도록.
네, 전하겠습니다. 잠자코 기다리면 될 것을 젊은 친구가 성질도 급하네.
해부님이 직접 말씀해 주셨다네. 그래. 특히 검지만큼은 엘사 둥지에서 단 한 구역도 내어주지 말라고 하시더군. 하지만 자네들은 검지의 대행자를 상대하기 벅차지.
지금은 힘을 아껴두라는 거군요. 무슨 말씀인지 알겠습니다.
이 이야기는 엄지의 다른 언더보스들과 그 식구들에게도 전달하는 사항이네. 우리는 고작 골목 몇 블록을 차지하려는 게 아니야.
Yeah.
알겠나?
Boris, you mean, right? Oh wait, no, Dennis too. Boris did just punch a guy's head off, though. Oh no, wait. Dennis was the one who took the head. Boris was the one who did the jaw, I think. Yeah. Dennis, yeah. Yeah, no. I just said the thing. Boris took the KK captain's jaw. Dennis took the Night Owl's head, and also now they're all being purged. Which is why Gregor is running to the library and getting his ass killed. I think we'll probably do some of the general receptions for the sake of getting, I think Bayard and Alan have some decent keep combat pages. Donghuan, the grade 1 fixer, is one that I kind of want to get for Malkuth. Because toughness is quite good for Pet Me. Alright. So concentration's paying dividends on these guys already. Alright, let's yield my flesh. Time to see if we can claim their bones. Hell yeah. Had to give it a shot at least. Bones claimed. I'm so happy that I get a free copy of that in the deck. I would never get to use it otherwise. All right. Set 1 of the Soldatos. Clear. I've got my books, so now the rest of this is just seeing if I can. The Soldatos are going to be a big upgrade from what I've been working with. A very big upgrade. Nah, fuck it. Let's Clash lose that shit. You can tell which one I made and which one I didn't. Because this one has the art. Anyways. Back to complete annihilation. Huh. So I can do that, huh? Neat. Well, time to unwrap my little goodie box. The only page that we cannot get from the workshop reception is class and respect, because that's the only page
안주는
that
총기류를
isn't the thumb exclusive. Because every single other page involves ammo. Like, until you get Boris and Kahlo's books, all the pages you get from the thumb are thumb exclusive except CNR.
종교라 종.
Class and respect, indeed. They are classy, so they demand respect. Alright. Enough about religion, faithless man. Burn books. Invitation, workshop, Book of the Thumb, archive entrance, and shelves I'm going to take care of today, right now. Because we can do some general receptions too, though I'm not going to do them tonight because it's getting pretty late. Anyways, final answer on how does Dennis get to be a capo? How does Tifereth get to be a librarian? Tiny little child that Tifereth is. How does she get to be a librarian? Right. Workshop, thumb, shelves. Alright. Quick little press start. And of course it's not delightful. Yes, you didn't do anything. Um, Oh, okay. It can't read Chinese, I think. I gotta check something that I saw. Yeah, it can't read and print Chinese in the English translation set. I'm gonna have to change that back to say Iron Mountain Lean. But anyways, a thumb soldato. They actually have different stats in the second reception of the thumb. Yeah. I can. It's pretty quick. The thumb soldatos have different stats between the two receptions. Their stats are lower in the second. Oh, I gotta burn more. Oi, oi. I don't want page 2. That's not the one that I got. I got page 1. Just now I fought against. No, I didn't want to hit that. I wanted to click higher than that. I wanted to click right there. As I was swinging down and by. So, pages we get to use from these guys. One reload, one bayonet combat, suppressing shot, shock round, focus fire, 3 class and respect. Now in the second reception, they get the same thing, but they have 2 less HP and 3 less stagger resistance. That's the only difference. Anyways. Reload, Bayo, Sup, Shock, and Focus with 3 CNR. Star of the City. Soldatos. Reload. Suppressing Shot. Bayo, Shock, Focus Fire, save over this one, I think. I have to do it like this because the exclusive key pages whoop, accidentally put a summary judgment in there. I have to do this for the exclusive combat pages because I can't put my key pages in those groups from the reception editor or the XML data. But yeah, I think we've about hit the end. It's getting late. I've had fun getting through Urban Nightmare. We're slowing down, but at about an expected rate, honestly. So, that said, thanks for coming out. Thanks for watching along, chatting. It's been fun talking, especially the Limbus stuff. They do some very funny things in the Project Moon programming department. So, with that, I'll see you next week. And to anyone watching now or later, good night.